Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We're back in our republic trying to rework our starting area 87 years after we started. Currently building a railroad to an existing line that hauls waste away, which is important. And after that one is done, we can start removing all of the other rail line, so we can put the remaining roads in place and start building it up. I should probably do another quick mic check. Maybe I should start doing them before the game, but sounds fine. Alright. What are we going to do today? Well, rebuild the starting area, continue building towards Kolata, maybe changing Kolata a little bit. We don't have a road connection yet, but we can set up the train station for resource deliveries. We need construction materials, we need citizen goods, we need an oil loading station, so we don't have to import oil anymore for our chemical plant area. And we might need a dedicated power plant, but Kolata could probably start growing into a larger settlement. I think it has earned itself that privilege. Might have to move the scrapyard at one point, but I think it can also be in that location if it doesn't cause any pollution. It does cause some pollution. 7 tons, about a small heating plant. We'll see, it might have to be relocated. Speed up the game. We also researched vitamins for our citizens, so pollution shouldn't be that much of a problem anymore. In addition to the first level of pollution reduction from industries with chimneys. We're building the tunnels over here so that we may continue building towards our harbor area. And that is a slow process that will get workers whenever we don't have anything else to build. I will also send the construction officers from Hellas here, just to speed up the process a little bit, because we can pick up workers there and bring them over. We do have some unemployment. I think that's okay. Higher education is at 67%. Seems okay. Segador has grown a little bit. I don't know if we have unemployment here. I assume so. A little bit. Could have more people. The trains bringing workers to the chemical/mine area are starting to become full slowly, but not yet. So more houses are theoretically possible, and it might be in our best interest to start developing the noble quarters up here. I kind of need a road connection in that area though, and that one is not really planned, because we might need a bus route. Could have a dedicated road connection to the main road for those houses, and then they have to drive into the city and come back. Or we just take down the footpath and get the road connection in here, or we relocate the waste storage and get the road connection in that location instead. Which I think I prefer. So we have a road connection next to the hospital. We'll create that, copy the settings over, and get another road in, and start building some houses up there, plus a heat exchanger, etc. as we slowly develop towards this area. We can begin with the first few places, but then we need water, sewage, electricity and heating explicitly for that. First up, probably another grocer. I mean, this one doesn't seem to be overworked right now, and we can use it to start out with. But we have to be a bit careful. So let's see. The supply, it will just probably be all grocers up here. There's not going to be any too high density houses. Like these heights are going to be the limit, which are already quite good density. But we are going to try and run it with grocers, and the supply for those will come off the warehouse here. Unless we build another shopping center here and connect that to the main road, and then these supplies could come from the heating plant area directly. But not for the beginning. I think the beginning will be a supply route that is currently bringing food to the grocers already. And in the future we might have another road connection. One that isn't a full-blown intersection, but just a delivery route of bringing resources here and then going back out on the main road so they can pick up more resources if they need to. That would be fine. Let's go back to Kolata and Korasna and check the rail rework in progress. Road construction is going pretty well. We need to build that one. Pause that. Join it. Thank you. The fire station should have this in range for the time being. Could be a bit problematic during winter, but I believe it's okay until we have everything built. The rail construction will take a little bit because of the distance, and so will the demolition and everything. Another rail construction office could speed things up, but it is not urgent right now. What do we have up here? Farm tractor. Trying to get to this field. Where are you trying to go to? Small field. You're not supposed to go into that field. Okay, well, you know what? Disable auto search. Unbelievable. Stop auto searching in areas that you're not supposed to. You're supposed to handle that. Disable auto search. And you have all of these. Seems okay. Disable auto search. We have to upgrade the roads, I think, to asphalt that leads into the fields, maybe, but those tasks are not that important. At least we'll get some extra crops, and maybe we can start exporting again at some point. This one does not need to warn me when it stops working, because it is set up correctly, I assume. Was a small traffic jam here, maybe some repairs or something? Yes, repairs happening here right now. So sometimes the truck will go here and block the resource loading a little bit, but not too much. Construction waste in this area is loaded into Korasna construction waste storage, which is all the way up to the mine. I think the road to Segadoha or to Seni coal mine for loading there is longer than that, so this route will stay that way. Well, we have a ways to go. Maybe 2 more towers. And then we should be at the iron ore storage. That would connect the 2 areas together. We will have to make sure that the conveyors can go through this without being blocked by other terrain. We'll drop a temporary tower here just to see if we can get the connections to work. And it appears that that will be true. So this is how we will get our iron ore out of this. Then we can plan for the next conveyor. And maybe the last one. We'll have to modify the terrain a little bit to allow for an easier connection here. There we go. It's gonna be close, but apparently we're too far away. So we do need this one first. Maybe with the existing electricity. And then can we get this connected? Yes, we can. Okay, that should hook everything up. We would get our iron ore delivered down here. Just need to provide road connections to the conveyor engines, so in case of a fire we can be very scared. This one kinda is built weird. Do. This conveyor will connect to the road, I think. Might have to smoothen out the terrain to get a road connection going. And that should provide fire safety with the fire station that we are planning down here. Move the terrain out a little bit and then flatten it back down. Get a nice slope here that we hopefully can use. There we go. Probably something along the lines of this, where the other road's gonna connect to. And this one, I guess, can connect to the conveyor engine here directly. Going downwards on the full slope, probably not possible. I mean, I would have to flatten a lot of things out, and I kind of don't want to do that. So this road connection here would end in this conveyor engine. I think. And then just this road from the iron mine, fire trucks can hopefully extinguish any fire that occurs in this area. Should not have clicked away the traffic jam, but I assume it was from the vehicle repairs in the stone quarry. This one has been fully removed. I think this forest is really, really laggy. Let me try. We didn't hook up the electric connection. I tried it again without stream and it worked after a while. Oh yeah, every time I click to remove trees, it's so laggy. Oh my god. I might have to refresh this forest once. I think there's too many trees here. Alright, let's use the flatten tool. That's gonna be very painful. Oh, come on. Don't crash. Well, I tried. Might have been the wrong choice. We'll see if it catches itself. It took a while before. Well, the click command went through, but now my screen is white. I assume it will fix itself at some point. Oh god, the graphic issues. I think we're going to load a save if I can't fix this. Oh god, it's lagging again. I shouldn't have clicked. We're gonna load a save. No, 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 no. I guess we will have to use the tree removal tool to get the trees to go away, because otherwise it's just going to mess this up royally. I've seen someone do that in City Skylines, actually. Well, hopefully it'll figure itself out. We're gonna load the previous autosave. That is far away in the past, and then... yeah. Load. 31 minutes. Perfect. First time loading a save game, I guess. But I would guess that this one is actually okay, because I don't want to deal with that at all. We could continue removing trees and everything. The area looks very, very weird. Okay. Alright. Maybe I do have to remove those trees. It seems kind of dangerous to not to do that. It's all logging area from the start, so... I mean, it's mostly working fine. I don't really care that much about it. I would like the wire connection to be here, though. Okay, this will be... The whole area is laggy if I drag over the terrain, even if there's no trees there. Here is fine. Here is not. Something is wrong here. Seems like it's not just the trees. Seems like it's the area in general. I do need the wire, so I guess I'll place it and hope that the game catches itself again, like it did when I tried it offline. So we'll give it a moment, but it should hopefully place the wire in a few seconds. And by a few seconds, probably 20 to 30. I still have to draw wires out of there, medium voltage wires, and presumably they will also struggle to get that in place. But yeah, it should work. Just give it a moment. It will hopefully work. There we go. I did report it. Hopefully they can figure out what's going on here. Might be a combination of manual tree planting for a lot of time and then researching the automatic tree planting, I don't know. But it is reproducible, so presumably they can figure it out. Yep, that traffic jam is not relevant. That, on the other hand, is also not relevant because it's gone. Power connection is in place. Well, let's try. If it takes that long for each power line, it's going to be annoying. But maybe they can fix it. I only need one power line right now, but in the future we might have more connections. I might actually need a second one for the conveyor engines. I think the rest should be hopefully far away enough from the trees that it doesn't lag anymore. Nope. Okay, just a little bit. Super strange. Get that power line built, please. Wait, are you both chemicals? You're both chemicals. We do have line spacing, but I guess you get piled up close behind each other for some reason. We could use this line spacing instead. Go into the train station, unload, go back in here, and go back into the train station. But I'll not do that. The intercity trains are already causing enough traffic doing that, going back and forth. Okay, construction waste is finally transported away. And we do have our 2 gas stations that will need fuel. A small fuel truck will be enough because we have local fuel storage. Even though it's on the highway, I think a small one, 2 small trucks is going to be fine. And they can wait until unloaded. will provide fuel for the main road. And the next one will be somewhere on this side if we have a settlement. Most likely somewhere here for our starting fledgling area to develop towards the harbor. We do need something. Tunnel is being built, but very slowly. Buses are bringing workers here. That's okay. I just thought of another challenge, but it's really stupid. I'm thinking of workers and resources bingo. So you basically get to you have to randomize where you have to build in the grid, and then try and build that. Construction over here, slowly progressing. The fire station. Did I not place it? I thought I had it. I thought I had a fire station placed. I guess not. Bus stop, walking to the fire station. I think here is okay. How's the rail construction towards Kolata? Are we making any progress? Yes. Building a lot of train lines right now towards Kolata in our iron mining area, and the one down here is also being built. That's at least 2. Then this one has 4. And the one in Kolata has 5. That's at least 5 of our 6 construction trains, which means we need a lot of workers for it to run at a decent speed. And right now we're moving them to the chemical plant / coal processing area instead. We're also building these conveyor connections so that we don't have to bring coal here by train anymore. And we can tell a gravel train to wait until unloaded. Which might not be ideal, because currently we're also bringing it to the rail construction office. But it does mean that we can phase out the coal train and remove the conveyors, theoretically. I think there are still alcohol problems for people who are abusing it too much. Maybe that's the actual reason when you get problems. Alcohol consumption volume. Addiction here is 17%, seems okay. 42%, it's very high in this area. Unable to do sports. We will increase the capacity of our indoor pool to deal with the alcohol addiction. Yeah, seems to all be sport related. Maybe that will resolve the problems and improve the health of our citizens. That one is fine. That one's a little bit high. Culture. I There's a bus route here. Tabovina to Valenciava, and you're still using the Segadoara bus end station, which is the mistake, I guess. I'm gonna remove that end station and use that one instead. So at Valenciava, you're unloading, going here, and then loading. That should shorten this bus route quite a bit and deal with the not being able to get culture problems, because they were going along the main road all the way to Segadoara for line spacing, and now they should stay within this area instead. Another issue resolved. Somaska seems fine. This one seems pretty bad. All of these tourists are total addicts. City seems fine. Maybe a little bit high here. Some unemployment seems okay. Yeah, I mean, it's okay. You're doing well, except that house. Probably pollution. Drinking to get past the pollution. You have varying levels of alcohol addiction without complaints, so I guess we don't care. Decent amount of workers, shouldn't take too long, and then we can continue building in this area. Segadoara supermarket on fire, which is a very important building. Already been extinguished. Yeah, seems okay. Could increase our alcohol storage a little bit. I think I'll do that. I'll use 20 and 55 instead. Because sometimes I get warnings here, and I think it's because when a train arrives with no alcohol left, then it loads everything and the warning message starts popping up, so we'll store enough alcohol to get rid of those warning messages. Hopefully they won't start happening for the food. Your clinic is running, very good. Secret police is a little bit overstaffed, I think. We'll use 8 people. And the university should restrict the amount of people that get an education here. We will provide enough that everyone who is waiting can actually get an education. There's still people here that do not have a known loyalty, but they might be from Tabovina, our next door rural settlement. I think everything here is known. Yeah, if we bring students from Tabovina over, then we don't know their loyalty. And they are allowed to study, that is fine. I don't care about the education in people in villages. I guess we do have a school there, so could cause a few issues, but it's a small settlement, so it shouldn't be that damaging. "31,000 citizens. We're 29,000. No, we're 19,000 away from our goal of 50,000. I don't know if I can continue the run if we get there. The game is already struggling quite a bit. I mean, if I play like this, then I guess it wouldn't struggle because I get 35 plus frames here. But I like streaming with this view, so you guys actually see something. I had to force myself to try and stream in this view. But I think it does add to the stream whenever the streamer goes around, you actually have the view into the distance because it's more natural than just going that way. The planning view, basically. Building in this view is kinda was a challenge, but it does work. But sometimes I still revert back to tilted view because it's so practical. Okay. Wait until unloaded is set. We have fuel. We can also turn this into one-way roads now. Sorry about that. I'm having the hiccups. Because I was doing something I couldn't mute in time. There's a dirt road here in case someone has to go this way, they can turn around basically. This road is incorrect, this one needs to be a two-way road. That was my mistake. Okay. Nothing should get interrupted by that change. Let's hope that's true. Rail construction over here, progressing really well. I think we could already start the demolition, however you want to say it, of the temporary railroad, because that's probably where our settlement is going to expand to. Although we will need a proper heating plant, a large-scale one, if we ever intend to have more housing here. So yeah, I guess we're gonna demolish that. I think I will merge everything together as a demolition task, no? Okay. And then we will go ahead and set everything for demolition and then merge it at the icons. There's not gonna be a connection here anymore, at least not in that way. If it is, we'll have to make a proper connection, maybe through the hill or something, but this temporary rail line served us well, but it is kind of obsolete now. Plus the only connection we were using in this area was to send vehicles via railroad to the scrapyard, and we do have a main line for that now. Fairly soon. The other rail line to the customs house will remain. We do need that. Maybe we can run it off the passenger train line here. Maybe we could have a rail line go to the customs house that way. That might actually be pretty good. Have it come down this way instead. Double tracked. That would make the depot in Krasna obsolete for assembling trains, but we would still use this depot for repairs pretty much. Speaking of repairs, what are my vehicles looking like in regards to wear and tear across the map? And that's warehouse, what? Are you like totally shut. Oh yeah, you're really old. Okay. Well, these excavators will make their way to this if they can. Yes, please. So they can get scrapped. How many can we still load? We can't transport this right now because we are basically in the process of reworking our rail line. Let's continue looking at our vehicles. 69% mass bus and construction office. That one seems to be used and it's not red, so I assume it's fine. Seems like all the other vehicles are old and used, but these excavators were pretty much busted. For our trains, nothing is over 50%. We don't have any ships or aircraft or helicopters. And building-wise, we have our collapsed buildings here that at some point need clearing up. The substation, the cargo station, the space for vehicles are still bound to collapse at some point. The bus end station over here is not getting maintenance apparently. So this appears to be outside of range of a maintenance office. That might mean that all of these buildings could potentially run into this issue. We do have a construction office here, but it's not for maintenance, it's like an open hall construction office. Our construction office in the city that can do maintenance has a reach to this location, which doesn't cover everything. So our cableway station is also not covered. But it does mean that we can put a small maintenance construction office into our settlement of Lioslav and then have everything in place how it should be. We also have these construction offices. And this should also be able to do everything. Why is it not? Bus end station is out of range. Because they can't go here and then turn around, so it's all out of range. Yeah. That is the reason, but that's also the reason for the gas station. So I guess what we will do is we will allow the vehicles to turn around here. That should resolve the problem. Then those buildings can get maintenance, and I don't need to build anything extra. Now the bus end station has triggered its maintenance, and it's being repaired. So that issue is resolved. Other than that, building-wise, yep. Fire station in Hellas warehouses. It recently got to 50%, so since it has been standing around for a while, I assume maintenance here is no problem. Otherwise it would have already collapsed. Should be covered by this construction office, no problem. Construction did not get interrupted. Still working. Good. Let's make sure the conveyor connection between our coal production line and the power plant is up and running. And it is working. That means the train here is now obsolete. Coal delivery here is still ongoing. I mean, we can just sell the coal and move it into the depot for now. Do a quick export at Snotov and go into a depot, I think. Unload. And then depot next to Hellas. Those vehicles are slowly making their way to the train station to be scrapped. During that time we might reach our goal of connecting Colata to the new rail line, but probably not. It's going to take a little bit longer because of all the parallel construction tasks. And yeah, I think we can put a power plant here, an oil power plant. We do have a lot of oil here. We might have to cut out some of this lake to get the... Well, we don't have to cut out a lot. We need to get a small road in, a small slice of road in, and an island for this to stand on. Then we could have a power plant in the area. It does need to be far away from this settlement though, otherwise it's going to cause significant pollution issues. Okay, that means we have no more coal transportation to our coal power plant. It's all conveyor based. And that means the existing conveyor line here is basically obsolete. I don't think we're going to use it for anything else. If we need more coal, then we can hook it up to these conveyors instead. So I guess we will remove those. And then the train bringing gravel here, I guess, will continue running around by itself. Still not waiting until unloaded. Theoretically, I guess we could put the one train on gravel just for the chemical area and one for the rail construction office. We do have that, we have enough space, and we do have another coal train that is now not doing anything. We'll probably do that. We'll split up the tasks here into 2 trains. The chemical plant really does not need that much gravel, but we do have a construction office area over here now with workers, and yeah, they will need those resources potentially. So a dedicated gravel train might make sense. Who's bringing steel? Steel construction. From Hellas Construction Materials to Korosna Construction Materials, so I guess right now we're using a lot of steel here. And we do still have enough steel for repairs, but this vehicle will also run out at some point. And I guess it's because we're building kind of large structures here. We'll assign all of the construction offices from Hellas area, which do have a lot of steel, presumably in that storage. And they can use the open haul trucks for that. Our construction over here is slow, but 3, maybe 4 more construction tasks and we have a connection. And then we can take down basically all of, well, this rail track from here all the way to maybe here? I was talking about having a rail connection this way, and now I realize that that won't actually work. We will have a connection going later. It's gonna be weird. We will have to remove some train tracks first. This one, and then this one to some extent. I guess I could sneak a rail line maybe behind this instead. So going to this customs house, you would go past this area. Somewhere here. Maybe that's the way we're going to solve it. We're gonna go past the refueling point, going back to the customs house. We'll see. Or we'll do the connection from Hellas instead, getting rid of all of this. Putting up a proper double-tracked rail line to the customs house, which could also be used for a normal train road. As long as we have a double track, we can have trains waiting in line. Wouldn't be the worst. These ones will need electricity. And this one, but these ones have it. So we have 3 conveyor engines that need electricity. About that way. And then we have to remove another bit of trees because, well, they need power. And that might lag the game again. Excuse any lagging right now from this. Hopefully it's not too bad. We have to make sure that we can build the bridge underneath this. Oh, we can build the bridge across it. With the power line already in place, but let's hope the game saves itself. There we go. Thank you. Go here. It must be the trees. Something is very, very wrong with the trees in that area. And yeah, I guess up to here. That seems fine. Let's make sure the bridge is not hindered by this. It is not. It's just still this existing power line, which we will remove as soon as we have the new refueling area set up. But construction progress towards it is not slow. It just takes a while. So first we set up all of this before we remove this area. And yeah, I think we're going to connect this. We're going to connect Molnar to a rail line coming from the passenger track of Hellas. I don't intend to have a main route towards Molnar, but I do need a way to basically purchase train cars. That's the main intention. And then we can have 2 or 3 trains in next to Segadoara or Hellas, purchasing the train cars, sending them all out, and it's going to be way faster than the single train track going to the customs house here. I can't really remove that yet in case I need some train cars, but at some point it will be obsolete. Pollution going into our settlement now, for some reason. Waste is not the issue, I guess it's just the heating plant running, in combination with the iron mine over here, and then in the future the iron ore processing. That's gonna be fun for this settlement. If that's a problem, then I guess we will also relocate the heating plant over here, and try and reduce the pollution inside Krasna. Doesn't seem very healthy right now. 66 life expectancy. We'll do that. Relocate the heating plant probably over here. I don't really have a coal unloading spot though, so I guess the coal supply would still be from the Eastern Customs House. Would need a heat pumping station, and then we could supply heating with 1 heat exchanger in the area. And find a large heating plant, just because the distance might be a bit long and it could lose a lot of heating because of it. I just want to be safe. Alternatively, we can try and lay down another heating pipe from the Hellas heating plants. If we double pipe it into a last heat pumping station that then goes into a heat exchanger, maybe it would be enough. I don't trust it though. It didn't work last time. I did use a single heating pipe though. And we had 2 extra heating pump stations that did lose a lot of temperature, so I guess it's a little bit risky. Yes, I know, you have a breakdown. We'll scrap you soon, don't worry. Finally, we have the factory connection here. That means that this vehicle, with its last stop being a road vehicle depot, is then obsolete. And I don't care about the fabric, just move out of here. Steel can stay, but now we have all the repair materials being delivered here. So that's nice. Vehicles on lines can repair in here now. Definitely. The construction of the refueling station that we set up last time is also underway. Still have to build the fuel delivery location and the gas station itself. That will be a probably larger truck waiting here. But then again, I don't expect too many trains to refuel in this area. But they will have the option. Nice bit of rework, I guess. Much reduced pollution because we don't have waste lying around anymore. It might actually be really useful to just drop it directly into the incinerator, so not even... Well, I guess you need those to unload. Yeah, I guess that's still fine. A cargo train station probably can't load that fast. Get all of that removed. And we still need to remove the roads, which makes this area a little bit awkward because, well, not awkward, but we are going to rebuild the entrance and exit in this area. It does seem to be useful. Coal power plant almost running at full capacity. We could add another power plant. Run the electricity towards the western area next to our harbor area. Maybe to Valenciava. Doesn't have a dedicated power line yet either. Let me spend some time and set up a few more fields, I guess, since the road construction over here seems to be going pretty decently. Next sowing season, we'll probably have a few more fields. Also right now, during autumn, it's pretty easy to see where the stones are. That stone I did not see. I don't like the fences. Do not like them. They make placing fields unenjoyable. They look fine as standalone fields, but making larger areas is a pain. If you care about fences clipping into each other. Well, now it's night and I can't see much. At least this way I can see a little bit. That's too close. That'll do. We'll just add a few fields every now and then. I'm not going to spend that much time right now. Seems like we probably have enough crops again. But we'll see. Okay, demolition task progressing well. That's going to be a lot of gravel. The rail construction office itself will be able to take most of it, but not all. But we do have ongoing construction tasks, so it might be fine. Prefab panels, steel, are going to run full. I think we have to get the suggested factory connection replaced with a forklift garage so we can resource balance. I don't think we can retrofit that easily, but I'm not sure. We do have this factory connection in place, which we would be able to temporarily use. I mean, the rail demolition can work right now and we don't delete any resources while the other rail construction is ongoing. Let's remove this and see if we can get a forklift garage fitted in here. It then has a road connection across here, hooks up into this location, and does the resource balancing into the rail construction office, so we have only like 10, 20, like 30% steel prefab bricks and boards in the rail construction office at all times, leaving some room if we do demolition work. Okay, we'll let this sit around basically. See if it can empty itself out. We might have to put the waste truck back in order. But yeah, the steel and the prefab panels and the gravel will wait and be used for continued construction. We won't have any boards or bricks right now, other than the ones that are currently inside the rail construction office, but we aren't building any tunnels or bridges, so presumably it'll be fine. I don't know if the patch introduced the fix with the mixed waste. We're set back to wait until loaded. I wonder if this one can handle a dedicated external waste storage, so we can recycle construction waste out. We should do that if we can. So let's try. We can't. Woe is me. If we move this storage over, we had an extra factory connection for the forklifts and we had the waste storage. I guess we don't need this one anymore. Then we can use this for the waste storage. That one is obsolete. And this will be used for the waste storage instead. Which might be able to do the recycling for demolition tasks. I don't know if we can get the forklift garage connected. If we can't, then we will have to shift the resource storage over again, which will slow down construction tasks and the rare construction office for lack of resources. But I think it'll be the correct decision to make. It'll also open up another factory connection. Let's get 4 more waste trucks. If we can handle the construction waste explicitly, that would be really good for us. You move out of the way and let the maintenance crew in, please. Might have one too many trucks on that. But I think it was just a reduced productivity from the ongoing maintenance. If we have to rework this, we'll shut off the deliveries of resources to this area. And I don't know if we're just gonna bulldoze it. If I bulldoze this right now, it doesn't complain about waste. We would be losing quite a few materials though. Hopefully we can just get the forklift garage in place. We don't need the extra factory connection. It would be nice to have the waste storage hooked up here as well, because we could just make it face this way. But we do have this extra space, I guess. So yeah, these are all materials that we need and can reuse in other construction tasks, so the demolition will just keep going until our other construction projects like this rail line have used up enough materials so that this can basically be reused. Last construction task here too, and we should have these connected. And at that point, we can start removing all of these tracks. Including this one first, and then maybe all of this track in one go. I guess we're gonna do that too. Would be kinda risky, since we wouldn't have any way to get train cars, but we do have enough right now and I don't plan any expansion, so I think we'll be fine. Crime 1800, culture 120, low government loyalty 100. Some settlement is not very happy. Do we have monuments in Segadoara for our new houses? I mean, we have the Red Star Monument, but that's about it. We'll give them an extra monument. This demolition office shouldn't bring waste away too far. Duseni, aggregate storage. Barislav Customs, Segadoara, mixed hazardous, yep. But actually you can bring it here directly, so hazardous that way and mixed that way. Don't bring it to our city storage. It was useful, but if you do a lot of demolition, I think you should put it into the rail line directly. It's a little bit extra travel distance for you, but it doesn't overload our city with too much garbage from demolition projects. Three more waste pickups, a bunch more here. And we still have our demolition of the previous conveyor connection, I guess. Pretty bad pollution, all things considered. The two houses working the heating plant are quite close, yes. But that's what they're there for, I guess. They're complaining about no access to food. But I assume that was a temporary issue. The bus route to Segadoara is very long, 770 seconds. We have 10 buses on it, which gives us 600 seconds. Well, we're dealing with most of it, I guess. But there might be a reason for complaints in that area. They do have a pub, so they should just drink their issues away, I guess. Two more waste pickups. Increase that priority, please. I would like the attempt in putting the forklift garage there. Our construction vehicle moving here right now. A little bit of steel, a little bit of prefab panels, some gravel. Or actually some construction waste rather. So the fix with the construction waste did not get rolled out, it looks like. That means we now have a vehicle standing here. Actually, no, it's not. The waste storage is just full. So I guess that's fine. And it's loading the construction waste directly. Okay. That's okay. Tunneling phase almost done, 350 work days each. Then building the road in the tunnel itself. And we've reached the other side. Hello, Romano. Welcome. Good Saturday to you. Okay. Just waiting for the remaining waste removal. And then we can tear up all of these roads and hook them up here directly. Maybe with the option of the road going somewhere else, but I don't really think we need that. I'll still put the road in a curved fashion, so we have the ability to build something, I guess. Train waiting too long.
Construction train. We must be building the block where we're joining our train lines together. Indeed we are, and you're waiting for the demolition on the other side, so please continue construction. Are we making any profit with fertilizer export? Yes, $200 from 150 exported. So we're basically just making sure we don't run full on fertilizer, but profitability is something different. It's not that profitable. For us at least. How many crops did we make? 17,135. 17,000 we are consuming. 1,000 per month. So we do have enough to have our production facilities run throughout the year. And we have 5,000 tons of crops left over. We don't have the train set up for this grain silo yet. Shouldn't forget that. How many train cars was that? 2, 4, 6. Okay. 5, 9, 12, 14, 18, 23. 2 engines. Okay. We need this one, and we need this one. And then we need 23 wagons. You were the attempt at a food train, but I guess we're gonna reuse your wagons for the crop train. The tunnel boring machine I'll move to Krasna to make a little bit extra room in that train depot. And you can bring some train cars over from Baraslav. I need to look at how many we need. But we should be able to do that. 2, 4, 5, 8. So we need 15 extra train cars. Oh right, we're not taking these. We're taking covered ones that only can haul crops. These ones. Okay, bring us some cars. We're gonna put these here just to free up the space in the depot. the demolition not done yet? Or did I click it away? It is done. Can we put a forklift garage here, hooking up both of them? Yes, yes we can. And then the road connection would probably go across here for fuel supplies, and I don't know if there could be a fire, but we could hook it up like that. So we don't need to relocate this. It would be set up in an okay way. That will work. And the road should be able to go over here too. When we have the waste storage, we can set this to not hold too many materials. And then we should remove the issue of demolition, where we have to micromanage these materials. Electronic components, I don't think I'm going to set up a warehouse for this. I am going to set up a warehouse for this. So electronic components will also go into a warehouse instead, and remove the issue of having to micromanage them as well. Now, the road cannot go that way then, because that's where our warehouse will be. So we would have to build it some way like this. Then we'd have a small warehouse here. And the road connections would have to go across these tracks. Alright, the storage is massive. Collision box is way oversized. So we only have room to get over this here. Does not want to connect this way, but maybe we can make it work. I don't think so, but we'll try. If we could get the forklift garage to move back a little bit towards this area and give us more range, and then it might work. But this is already pushing it. Cold to Seni, aggregate loading. You look like you're trained for the heating area, so you move out of the way, please. Can't have that become an issue. That should be good enough. So the construction train here is stuck again. Somewhere. Oh, it's moving out of the way right now. But I can't see it. A little bit of construction waste still missing. Should be able to move through. I don't see anything else, so... It's green. Just move. Move out of the way. Let the other trains through, they're important. Alright. Waste storage in this area. We'll remove some of the road, and then we should be able to get that built. In regards to our forklift garage here, we could also use another crossing to have the forklift garage in a different area. But it doesn't really help us. It has to be that way. It has to connect to the warehouse, otherwise it won't work. Yeah, I guess we have to have the connection of the roads out here. Can't change it. What a weird setup. Do I want that to be that way? I guess I have no choice, really. Where are you bringing the waste anyway? Your construction office. I was wondering about the waste delivery. Mixed waste. Wait a minute. If you're only supposed to load mixed waste, why did you have construction waste then? Did you dump construction waste into this? No. Must have been the demolition office. Ah, that looks so hideous. Sometimes hideous is good, but in this case I kinda don't enjoy it. That's gonna be better. That's gonna be how it should be. Okay. There we go. And this one. Hello, Mega Monkey. Got a nice 70% quality coal mine in my starting city. Okay. That will give you a lot of resources. Can we hook this up? No. It'll be that way. That's fine. We're gonna get the forklift garage connected this way. This is how it's going to be. Then I don't know where the construction waste went. I thought last time the... Wait, is the truck stuck with construction waste in its back? No. It's unloading mixed waste. I don't know then. Seems to be running okay, but yeah, you should also drive it over there instead of putting it into the waste storage of the citizen waste. That's a little bit much. We already changed the citizen waste over to be delivered to that waste storage, but they should only be citizen waste, not the other ones. Okay, and then I guess we'll drop down an external waste storage and see if it can recycle. So new waste should go in here, and we'll split up construction waste, metal scrap. I guess we're not going to split up metal scrap, but in the future we could. Mainly construction waste, because we already handled that. Should start handling all of the resources. I think that's gonna be good. Why are we still out of steel? Trains, construction materials. 110 tons, twice. Somaska. See any... Oh, you're picking up bricks first. I mean, sure. It should bring construction materials here, but I guess with all of the construction of the new iron ore processing plants, we used a lot of it. And we still have pipes and conveyors to build, so it's quite demanding on the resources. We did build our new rail line, so it's time to get rid of our existing one, I guess. Purchased that train quite a while ago. I guess we didn't do the demolition until now, so they can finally start moving. You can ignore it, it's fine. Our waste train up here is standing. I would like to know if it can actually run. We're gonna find out soon. But we have model train line to demolish, so let's get the rail construction office and put in the task. Why can't you move? There's nothing here. I think it's because this one still counts as red because we demolished something and it didn't update yet. There we go. Now it's moving. What's my wood market price? 37.5, which equals 3,700 without the price reduction that we had, where everything got divided by 100. Not as high as it could be, but it's going back up right now, so 200 would be the highest that we had. On the rise, yes, indeed. We need more money. Oh, do we always need more money? Okay, once this one is removed, we can remove the other track all the way to the fuel station completely, and then put in a train line from Hellas, an unelectrified connection all the way across the terrain here. The previous oil field, going across this road and then hooking up into the customs house. We might have to flatten the terrain a little bit because this is a little bit hilly, but yes, we can have a rail line come off of this. Not from this side, but a right-hand turn here and then move along the mountainside. We will need a train to deliver fuel. We will need a train to bring aggregate storages here to carry away the iron. And then we, I guess, are ready to maybe think about a steel mill. Then we have purified iron, we have purified coal on the rail network. Just need to get them to a steel mill. And they would put a lot of strain on the rail network, but it would mostly be trains moving. They're not getting stuck in front of a customs house. We would need to make it a waiting yard in the steel mill area. Probably an unloading station for 4 trains at the same time, and then a little bit of a waiting yard. Might be good enough. Yeah, pollution is noticeable. Gotta get the heating plant removed. Or relocated. We'll just set up a large heating plant. There might be another settlement here. I don't know yet. How many coal mines do I have? 1. We do not have enough coal to run the steel mill at full capacity. We can run it at half capacity. But we have the option of maybe setting up another coal mine or 2 and just bringing coal from different areas. The other option would be to build another coal ore processing facility, because I underbuilt the processing. But we're not bringing that many workers here anyway. Plus the coal from this area is mainly used for heating, so we need to be aware that we shouldn't take all of the coal out of this, just some. So another coal mine, specifically for the purpose of running a steel mill, is probably a good idea. This area here kind of looks neat. Could run a ship here, we could run a train line across the river. I don't think so. But yeah, some steel production. I don't want to export steel. I don't want to run a steel mill at full capacity. I just want to produce enough for domestic consumption, basically. We're not building this stuff for profit. We have our profit already. How's the tunnel construction? They're on the road laying phase now, so give them some time. And then we'll move on to the normal roads. Also, it's winter, so bringing workers and resources there is a little bit slower than usual. Okay, we need to assemble our crop train. Can't copy the schedule to any of these. Anyway, we'll just start assembling. We'll get 5 cars each. We'll send the other train out too, but not this one. We'll grab this one to pick up a few extra train cars for us, so we don't have to click as much. Okay, can we get some steel delivered here, please? Construction materials, Somaska, Baraslav. Let's see, Hellas. Unload, after Duseni. Are we really using 100 tons of steel that quickly? The NATO crop wagons look good. Yeah, they do look very nice. Just wish they would keep their color. I do color them all differently and then they lose their coloring. You don't need extra bricks, just... Well, I guess you can load bullets, it's fine. But yeah, skip. You don't need to load bricks, so skip to Seni and go straight to Hellas, please. 110 tons of steel. Might have to add another train car for steel to these. I mean, we do have extra train cars. This one. Sure, go refuel. I'll add train cars for steel. I think we'll transport twice the amount of steel because of vehicle repairs. Where is it? There it is. You can unload and then you'll get another train car for steel. And the other train will as well. One iron ore plant takes 200 tons of steel. Yep. They do take a lot. This one's full, supposedly. I mean, we're building a lot of conveyors and everything, so I assume it's gonna fix itself over time, but I kinda want to add another train car for steel. So we carry 200 tons of steel. Bricks, boards and prefab panels probably don't need that much at the same time. Prefab panels maybe. But yeah, we'll just give some extra train cars for steel to our existing trains. There you go. Okay, cool. The other train is here too. And we can just attach it and send it back out while we're here. Don't need to do anything to the wagon. It can only hold steel. That should be good enough. Looks like that rail line has been demolished. I assume our waste train is running fine, so let's keep going. Next one up. All of this basically. One nice demolition task coming right up. With the rail construction office from all the way across here. And that'll take a while too, but that's okay. And then I guess we will have to plan out the construction of all the other rail lines at some point. And the double tracking of this area will happen last. We have to relocate one power line for the iron mine, we have to relocate this power line, which will become obsolete because the storage will become obsolete. As we take all of the fuel from here to our new storage area. And it will be delivered by train instead. I need to start taking those steel warnings seriously. The next ones I won't click away. Now we have to wait for this one to get demolished and then we can hook up the road connection from this side as well as the last conveyor here for the loading of the iron. We won't need a lot of workers here. Basically 30 for the facilities, plus the rest will go into the fire station. No steels, no bueno. Yep, we did add 2 extra train cars, so I believe that will fix itself hopefully soon. I also want to get rid of that maintenance icon. For that we need the rail connection to our scrapyard. And that rail connection does actually exist. So you should be able to run there right now. And we'll signal it up once the rail construction office builds the remaining section of tracks. And then we can set up the delivery. I mean, we can no, we need this one first. I'm not going to change the signals right now. But it's almost ready. It does produce a lot of electricity. We do want to unload here basically if there is more than 50% inside the... let's do it 30. If there's more than... fill this up to 30%, but if there's more than 50%, try to move it back into the storage, basically. That's the setup idea. So we will load from the heating plant rail construction office and bring it back to the material storage if we have too much. Same for the electronic components, basically. I must say we haven't had the issue with the repairs of the logging trucks in quite a while. Sure. You want to build this one, and then I guess we'd be ready. Then we can have the signals in place. I mean, I can place them as soon as you get past this one. I can start placing them, I guess. This has to be chain. You have to wait. Okay. Now they can run here. All the way to this point, finish the construction. And then, yeah, we can have deliveries of vehicles to be scrapped by train. Okay. Do we get a steel delivery here soon? Bricks. Construction materials. Oh. Yeah. I guess I changed something. We have to go out and pick up more train cars, I think. But after that we will check and see if we need more or not. Nope, that's the wrong train car. We don't need that. Can only hold crops or plastics. 1,600 tons, so I guess we only have maybe a few more train cars, like maybe 3 waiting. But then we can send out the other train to pick up crops and send it to our production facility. Looks like we are running out on food, rather. I guess if 2 trains come here and want to pick up food at the same time, it might be a little bit short. We'll set this up to only hold 10%, 25, 75, there we go. We'll store way more food. And maybe 10 for alcohol and 80 for food. 55 tons of alcohol is quite a lot. If we're not exporting. $15, $16, $17, $18, $19, $20. Yeah, should be 3 train cars missing. If I did the math right. Oh, that's a party. Tons of alcohol? Yeah, that's... I'll have to go through that first. Let's see if after this session, next time we go here, if the new train actually keeps its color or not. Lots of food, lots of alcohol. What more do you need? Food and drink. Let's check the tunnel construction, because we do need to assign the road construction. One tunnel is done. The other one finishing up right now. I guess they are building the tunnel, the next road by themselves. But we will assign construction officers from Hellas to assist with bringing materials here. Krasna construction. Those are being used for repairs, but we're fine on repair steel. Krasna steel repair. Shouldn't really wait until loaded here, that could lead to problems. Just move. Traffic jam. Okay, must have been vehicle repairs inside the technical office here. We're still running a free technical office next to the iron mine because a large technical office would be a bit too much. Got our fire station. Everything that we can access has been built. We still have to put in road connections for these conveyors. And the refueling point. If there's a fire in the refueling point, trains that would like to refuel will move out of the refueling point, hopefully, and free up the road access. But we will have another... I guess no. We will have a road access to the main road instead, once this one has been removed. That's going to be safer. Rail demolition, working. Okay, take your time. It's quite a long piece of track, that's for sure. Let's think about the rail line going through here. We'll basically come... I don't know if I have terraforming equipment, but I do. Well, at least up to there. We'll cut over this road here. And we can terraform here more. We'll have to bring a few terraforming vehicles here to get the rail line in place, I think. Just to make it look pretty. But yeah, there would be a double track going all the way to the customs house. And that would make rail access quite easy. The single track has definitely helped us quite a lot, and it wasn't too difficult to set up. But it's time for an upgrade. We do have the fluid tank now. We do have to wait for the demolishing the demolition of that one to get the connection to the refueling point in place, but we can now start constructing all of the other rail lines in this area. At least up to the point of what we have currently hooked up. I hope the waste train isn't affected by this right now. By the demolition task, I mean. It might get stuck here because this is being demolished, and it should be able to see that it can just go over this, but I don't know. I have to be wary. Make sure they do as they're being told. Yeah, this road also doesn't have to go this way. It could also just go into the main road, I guess. We haven't signaled this area properly yet. My god. Who planned this? Okay. There was only one set of signals missing. I guess that was when we were building this area. And that one wasn't that dangerous. Pretty narrow signals here. Well, we've reached the area of our bridge, at least with the rail construction. The rail line is not going to be the main important thing to set up in the beginning, because we need our settlement first, which we will supply by road. But there will be a supply area inside the harbor to also bring citizen goods here by train. The road connection itself will not be enough. The harbor settlement will be relatively large, I think. It might actually be the remaining population that we need to put us to our goal of 50,000 citizens. And as I said, I don't know if it's going to be the end of the run. But it was the initial goal, get to 50,000 people without distribution offices. We'll need to bring fuel here, which can be done by a fuel truck off this gas station. Heating plant, we have two. Hello Stefan, thank you very much for the raid. Heating plant, train diesel station. Hello Mega Monkey. Hello Kabumtonne, thank you for the follow. Enjoy your lurk. Hello Sharia Shu. Hello Marvin. Project 7. Why me? Let's bring some fuel here. We are streaming workers and resources, as you might have realized. Let's wait until the night is over so I can show you around my republic. I am streaming in German, but you can also talk in German, and I can respond in German if you want. Wir streamen Englisch, aber wenn ihr Deutsch reden wollt, können wir auch Deutsch reden. Ein bisschen zumindest. So, how is the situation of the republic that I will be handed over? Or is it not done yet? Is there more to be done in our community project? What will it be looking like when I will have to sink my teeth into it? Not done yet. Okay, then that's fine. Then don't say anything. I want to have a surprise. Okay, well that's a surprise. The ship, I was in there a little bit, and I saw that the ship repairs were basically hurting Stefan quite a bit. But yeah, Our republic is basically a republic set up on being run without any distribution offices. We have played quite a bit of time. We are not playing as fast as you possibly could because we need to keep stability in mind. I have no distribution offices whatsoever, so they do not show up in here. We're completely relying on lines. We have about 11 settlements and I have about 203 road vehicle lines set up to keep our republic from running, and 41 rail lines. Kann ich Deutsch schreiben, weil Englisch ist not good? Ja, kannst Deutsch schreiben, das ist okay. Ich kann auch Deutsch antworten, außer dir ist Englisch okay. Whatever you like. So this was our starting settlement, where we decided to try and build a really long tunnel from the beginning, and then we realized we needed a rail line to a faraway customs house to actually start rail constructing. Hellas is our main crown jewel. It holds about 17,000 citizens. Ship does a good job, we just need full coal power to really use it. Would be interesting to see how the coal price developed, but yeah, I don't know what the price situation is. Our main crown jewel for making us money is over here. It's called Samaska. It's a lumber area. For some reason, we earned about 20,000 US dollars per ton of lumber at one point. That has since reduced a little bit, but it's still making us most of our money basically. We go for export. We're mainly trading with the western border. Those prices are divided by 100. So we would have 28 billion US dollars made in wood alone. $5 per ton. Well, you need to set it up correctly, Marvin. You didn't listen. Oh, there's one vehicle that is stuck. Oh no, it's not stuck, it's just doing its thing. But yeah, this is making us most of our money basically. Initially we just had a lumber mill set up here. 4 logging camps around a sawmill and a resource storage. It didn't make us money until like 10-15 years into the game, and then suddenly it exploded. Not literally, but it made us a lot of money. Before that we made a lot of money with iron ore. Then iron ore dropped and then suddenly wood went crazy. And nowadays wood is just crazy and pushing all the resources up. We have a small tourist area. You see how much money we're making with the lumber right now. It's still very profitable. 28 US dollars, which is about 2,800 per ton. We're also getting tourists here. So for example, these tourists already paid us 28 US dollars. They get unloaded here at the bus stop, at this one. Boom. Now it's 525. So they're paying us 500 per person, which is about 50,000 US dollars per tourist, which is crazy. I don't know why, but they like visiting Hellas, I guess. Maybe they like the air so much here in this area. It does have a certain spiciness to it. Du lernst noch Englisch. This is okay. Yeah. No problem. Kein Problem. The air is a little bit spicy here, but it's doing okay. So tourism is making us a ton of money too. More than our exports actually. We're making $58 million per month from tourism. I'm always calculating back to the original price because all of our prices got divided by 100, so they don't look as impressive, but they're crazy. Okay, rail construction. I think the waste train is in the way. Now that's the one I'm worried about. Okay, waste train. Please leave. We have to do some rail demolition. Oh, wait, there might already be a construction train here. Is there? Yes. Okay, this one we can't really let leave to wait, I think. Oh, no, it's working. It's fine. It's just a little bit slow. Not enough space to store prefab panels and steel. Oh, I guess that's true. Slowly emptying out the storage. I don't want to wait though, so speed that up a little bit. And a bunch of gravel. We do have a lot of room for gravel, but it's not going to be enough. Running a rail construction office without a distribution office is somewhat painful. Why is the construction train waiting on that section? That's unbelievable. Okay, put all the gravel in here, it's fine. Gravel is not worth a lot for us. At least I don't think it is. I haven't checked the prices recently. It's $3 US, which would be about 300. Goodbye, good night. Weil morgen will wieder Zeit zur Arbeit. Arbeit am Sonntag. Unbelievable. Auf Wiedersehen, Kabum Tonne. Have a good weekend. Okay, we have to solve the traffic jam because the construction trains are standing around in a place where they shouldn't be. At least it's not affecting important traffic, I guess. These ones are fine too. But I guess we'll move one of the trucks back into the depot. But yeah, that was our initial setup. Hellas, Korazna. We developed Kolata because I thought maybe exporting oil would be nice, and then it basically was worthless. The price did went up a little bit recently, but we are hooking up the rail line towards Kolata right now. We will provide a resource storage so we can bring Western resources to this area. And we'll set up the settlement to be a slightly larger one because it will have to run an oil power plant in the future. These are still electric connections from the beginning, all hooking up to one switch basically. That one needs to be changed at some point. And last but not least, well, not last, but Segadora is our last larger settlement in development right now, providing workers towards the chemical production line and a coal mine over here. Workers are delivered by train, and resources are delivered on a dedicated train line to keep the high-speed trains away from the sometimes slower accelerating resources. And we have a bunch of smaller settlements. We have Luhasisk, which provides workers for an incinerator down here. We have Liloslav, who does our fertilizer production up here, which is then loaded into a train down here, and that train goes to our farming area, which is Tabovina. Currently in development, takes a lot of time to set up the fields, because I don't want to use a grid pattern too much. But I think it looks quite nice. In the process of hooking up our third farm to the rail network, trying to get the train assembled for that, and I think we have all the train cars in place now. So all I need to do is put this train at the end. And then assign it to a route. And that is a 450 meter long train that we are going to use. There's no other train running through here, so you can pick whatever you want. Then you have to go into your free line, which is this one. Unload crops here, wait until unloaded, and then you can head back. And that should be good enough. And hopefully, on saving and reloading, the train will keep its color. Because I do like the trains with a lot of differently colored train cars, but the other trains have lost that on save game reload, unfortunately. Two powerful engines to keep the acceleration of the train to an acceptable level. Can't run as fast as the other trains, but yeah, should work fine. We'll check on you soon, but you don't have enough crops to run anyway. I might do a dummy run and see if you can deliver and go back without problem. Let's check on the rail demolition. Kinda important, causing traffic jams right now. Seems like the rail demolition is done, which is good. That means the rail traffic here can continue running. And we can hook up our remaining buildings for construction. And these ones, I guess we can have them run through here, right? Yes. We can do that. And then we can hook them up to the existing road, so we don't have too many junctions on the main road, I think. Do I really care about that? Not really. Never mind. I'm gonna change that. We'll put the connection here. But this one can hook up here. And then the refueling point will also go to the main road. If it will let us. Get these ones built. That will allow us access to have a bus route to bring workers to this area. Transportation of iron is not set up quite yet. But it's happening soon. Conveyors are mostly in place to take iron ore out of this area and transport it to the processing facility. The loading station here will continue running, but mainly for removing construction waste out of this area. So at each demolition office and the iron ore mine can drop their construction waste recycled into this. And there will be a train with 2 or 3 wagons just exporting it until we have a gravel recycling plant, I guess. Speaking of gravel recycling, we did set up a waste storage for the construction office, and it looks like it's making a lot of waste. We have metal scrap, mixed waste, and construction waste in here. The mixed waste we're transporting away directly from the rail construction office. We will also be transporting the metal scrap out of this. The delivery of the electronic components will not go to the rail construction office anymore, but here instead. And there will be a hard limit on that amount. I want at most 5%. And then we'll put a dummy resource here to not overfill this. Okay, maybe 5% is a little bit low. 30%, 21 tons of electronic components. We'll reuse 2 of our waste trucks. Picking up waste, as I said, metal scrap, which will very rarely run. Wait until loaded and selling that right now. I don't have a processing facility for that. It's just a very tiny amount. Segadawara Rail Construction Office, metal scrap going towards export. And then the second one would be the construction waste. Which will go from here into the construction waste storage. And we have a construction waste train waiting here already, so that is all set up. Last but not least, we need to shift over the electronic components. We will load from the warehouse. Any electronic components. And we can load it back full. So they will now start carrying electronic components from the rail construction office to the warehouse, until this is at about 50%. So demolition of electric train lines should not be a problem anymore either. And that will hopefully automate our rail demolition tasks in the future. This rail line is gone. Double excellent indeed. We have to make our rail junction here. Picking up and bringing stuff to the eastern border. We'll need to bring some terraforming equipment to this area so that we can flatten things. I guess we could bring it to Molnar Customs instead. The rail line is supposed to come out this way, follow this terrain, and go along here. So the terraforming equipment at this point should not get in the way of the rail line construction. Will take a while for them to get here, but we do have some nearby in this depot. And once they're there, we can flatten the area out however we want and get the rail line hooked up. And once that is in place, we can start the construction. And then we have a proper rail line connection towards our eastern customs house that is nearby for picking up a lot of train cars. Let's see if our train has arrived. The long train to the third farm. It has loaded some crops. We will send it out onto the food factory and make sure that it is actually running correctly. It doesn't get stuck anywhere. We'll have to set up more fields to increase the production of the third farm and actually make it a viable addition to our production family. But since we already had 5,000 tons of crops over what we're consuming, we will also have to balance the export again. And right now I'm not 100% sure. We might need also more people in. We might need more people in the settlement for increasing our production. But yeah, this is how the trains are supposed to look like. Now that we have the train waiting here, we can adjust the signal to be at behind the train and remove that one. So we have outer 3 lines for the long trains to wait here until unloaded, each of them carrying a bunch of crops. And then the inner line is a single line that splits up into 3 trains that usually go here to load food and alcohol. And that's all there is to it. Other resources like electronic components we're bringing in from... I think we're bringing in from Segadawara by truck, since we don't need that much in this area. So I didn't set up a delivery route by train. We do have a train with containers here that is waiting to get filled up. It's mainly holding chemicals right now, I would assume. It still has a bunch of food and alcohol. It is only food, it's no chemicals. Oh right, it doesn't hold chemicals. We couldn't load the chemicals onto the train when they were already in a container. We couldn't deliver containers from one container loading station to another. They are beautiful. The trains do look really beautiful, yeah. And I also like the setup of the waiting platform being bent. Kind of looks neat. Workers walk here from a bus stop underneath the train station to where they need to go. And also the heating plant, which we added after the fact. The heating plant before was here, but it was too small for the area. Didn't allow for any expansion. And now we're running the fine balance of not creating too much pollution during winter to kill off our population, which right now is working fine. We are producing last month 380 tons of food and 25 tons of alcohol. We consume 335 tons of food and 36 tons of alcohol. The alcohol is fine. We were just underproducing a little bit because the storage is full. So I could probably drop another export on top of it. But the export is quite quick. So right now we're not exporting any. And sometimes when 2 trains arrive here at the same time, the storage gets emptied out really quickly. Maybe we should tell the trains to wait until loaded in this area. Citizen goods, alcohol. Telling them to wait until loaded has the potential of being a catastrophe because they could wait here before they start moving again. If we don't have enough on storage and we don't produce enough, they just need to fill up their trains from the customs house. So right now, once we get the message that the trains aren't full, there's a little bit of import of food still happening. But most of it we're producing ourselves. The storage is just too small, I guess. I'm gonna turn the grain storage down. Can we turn it down to 0? Yes. Maybe not, no. We need a little bit of crops going through this. 8.8 tons should be enough. The trains are basically our crop storage here, not the warehouse. Almost 500 tons of food and 55 tons of alcohol. Should do well. Terraforming equipment starting to arrive. We'll have to flatten this area out. I won't build a bridge here. This road is not that busy. Power line. Let's put the crossing in an area that is actually flat, like this one. Or maybe up here, to the right of the tree next to the road, if it will let us after the autosave. This one. This is just provisional rail lines. We're still going to set them up correctly, but I need like a way to see where the rail line is supposed to go before I can commit. We'll need a bit more flattened ground. Then we'll try and follow the height a little bit, but not too much. We will need trains that are potentially 150 meters long here, in case we want to run exports. For picking up trains it's not going to be a problem. It's 162. We'll have a mixed train signal for the train station here. And then to build the rail line, I'll split that up and have them build everything. And this one we will change to get the corner in a little bit prettier. Okay. Get that built. We'll have to assign the initial construction, but yeah, they should build it all the way to the end without us having to do anything because there's no switches. To be able to build this one, we will have to either move the signal back a little bit so the trains can arrive here and turn around, or just turn it into a two-way connection signal temporarily, and then we can build that one too. And we should do that on the other side too, because when a train moves in here, it wants to leave this way. We'll turn both of these into chain signals for the time being. Waste train was waiting a bit, but it was able to leave by itself. So the rail construction here is getting in the way a little bit, but not too much. This one will at some point hook up into our double track through the forest. I do worry that this will lag now. So be aware that this doesn't look too bad. It doesn't lag too bad. Still a little bit, but not that bad. Okay. No. Just make sure we don't block anything in this area right now. Still waiting on the fuel unloading station, waiting on the rail connection to it. It's almost done, just a very tiny section left. And once the fuel unloading station is in place and we have electricity, we can start disabling the fuel deliveries here and hooking up fuel deliveries to this area. We also need the refueling station linked to the rail line, and then trains can go here to refuel instead. I guess this should have electricity, but it doesn't show it right now. No iron ore yet, because the conveyors aren't done yet. But they will finish up soon. We will only buy a fire truck here once we have a bus route with workers going to this area, which we should have right now. The workers will have to come from... They technically have to come from Hellas. It's gonna be a trip. Could also send prisoners here. But I think I'd rather have a reliable transportation route. Prisoners could vary, so it's not guaranteed that you get enough. We also need to continue running our clothing production until we can find a better setup for it. We're definitely still producing enough clothing for domestic consumption, but at some point it'll be turned off and we'll just have the iron ore processing here. For the time being, let's make another bus route of starting with like 4 buses, and we'll bring them from Hellas Old Town. Loading only educated workers. I really need to turn this into a one-way road so they don't go here and turn around. But no, we need traffic this way. Or do we? They can just go in here. Let's turn this into a one-way road. Other direction. Like that. So new buses should move around this way and turn in here, which is going to be a little bit better. Pick up workers and bring them over here. And we need an end station for line spacing. What end station do we use? This one is a little bit off the way. This one is through a tunnel and also not really intended for that purpose. But I guess we're gonna use that one. For now. The other end station is over here somewhere. This one. No, we're just gonna use this one. Hellas workers going to the Krasna iron ore processing. We'll get the road set up. We'll add all the buses to it. Hellas. Hellas workers, Krasna iron ore processing. Okay, we're gonna copy you over. Oh god, why do I have another stupid challenge idea right now? This one is actually really stupid. Iron ores processing, okay. I had another stupid challenge idea, but this time it's super stupid. Like, significantly stupid. You might have played Factorio, and there's a sushi belt challenge where you have to put all of the resources onto one line. What if we did that in Workers and Resources, where you are only allowed to have one line throughout the entire game? You have one transportation line, where all of your vehicles will have to be on. You can have one line for buses, you can have one line for trucks, maybe? One line for trains. I think that would be significantly stupid. And it would probably fail horribly quite quickly. I mean, all the ground vehicles could be on a single rail line, right? All buses, all trucks could theoretically be on the same line. But how would that even work? How badly would the game get that way? You're absolutely evil. Yeah, I mean, that might be a fun little attempt at a challenge that could either collapse completely. It might be something that I do after this run is over, and I just do a little bit of Twitch streaming. I might try that. I think the Prisoner Focus challenge I'm probably gonna keep until the Siberia map is released, where it's gonna be very snowy all the time. That would probably fit. But maybe in between we could try a sushi belt challenge for Workers and Resources. Okay, this train can't currently move through because, well, there's trains in the way building things. We will have our refueling point hooked up soon. We will have our fuel unloading station set up soon. Sounds like population will be massively restricted. Yeah, probably. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, you might have to work a lot with conveyors and factory connections and the like, but if you have to transport something by road, it's gonna be ugly. I don't know if you can put resource vehicles and passenger vehicles on the same line. What the line actually looks like if you do that. But yeah, it would probably be horrible. So exactly what we're looking for. We do need the connection to the eastern border again, rail line wise, because I do need to buy fluid cars so I can shift over the fuel. Here's our waste train. But yeah, Sushi Belt Challenge, workers and resources, why not? It's definitely meant for that, right? Imagine all of that running with one vehicle route. Just confirmed you cannot. Okay, well then it would be Sushi Belt where all of the passenger transportation and all the resource transportation would have their own line. So you could have one line for resource transportation and one line for passenger transportation, but all of the trucks and all of the buses would be on only one line each. Yeah, each vehicle type, yeah. That would be then the challenge. So it would make it easier. Now it should be possible, right? All of your trucks and all of your passenger transportation. It also means I only would have one line per type, which is the complete opposite of what I currently have. And the question is, would distribution offices be allowed? I guess not, right? It would be this challenge, but like even more difficult. No distribution offices and just one line per resource type. Not resource type, but per like passengers or resources, I mean. We'll keep that on the back burner. Maybe we'll do it at some point. As I said, it was a stupid idea. But it might be fun to try. And if anyone is willing to, let me know, and you can try and set up our current run to only one transportation route per workers or per resources. If you want to change this map to that challenge successfully, let me know. Okay, that road connection is in place, meaning we can relocate our terraforming vehicles slightly forward. Maybe I should get them repaired first, but that's fine. And then maybe next time we can hook up a settlement here. I kind of want the rail line to be in place, just to make sure we can get the resources supplied well. But I think we need that in this area just to get the gas station going, and we basically need a small village here so we can have this running. A village with a gas station or two, a repair station, some construction offices for maintenance, and then we can develop the larger resource storage for construction materials, for citizen goods, and then build up the city from there. I think that would be the safe way to go. What are you guys doing? Duseni bus stop. Why are you turning around that way? Duseni, get in. Yes. You get in here. You're supposed to go... Wait, did you refuel? You refueled. So something wrong with our gas station? No. I guess you were just in this area, so you decided this gas station is closer than this gas station, so I guess it was a temporary issue. Okay, well, just a single issue, I guess. That one can go away. That one can go away. It's just a rail line, no more construction tasks here. We still have Warstock, which also needs terraforming for a road connection towards Messina River Bridge. But that's still open. Oh yeah, and the road connection to Kolata is also still open. The rail line is done, right? Yes, it is. It's all signaled up correctly. Everything is in place. We can't guarantee that this will stay that way because we have to keep building this way at some point, so the trains will have to be able to go this way on either direction. And then we'll build another switch here and can continue building from there. But that line to the other harbor area is still up for debate. We'll go through here, maybe cut along this way. And then there's probably going to be a rail tunnel and a road tunnel underneath here, so our ships aren't hindered by any bridges in this area. Or maybe on this side too. Tunnels would be possible. University Hall of Residence, low happiness. Because they can't move into their own homes. Missing food again, so I guess we still don't have enough resource storage in here. When the trains arrive and load 180 tons of food, we don't have enough. We don't have enough. Cement deliveries are fine by truck, so the train station idea is probably obsolete. Okay, how far can we terraform? That far. Okay, well, the road is supposed to come down here. Basically cut through this. And that's about it. And head towards the harbor area, which is the bay in our front. All of this basically. So not much terraforming necessary here, I guess. There will be like plateaus for each of the settlements. I'm not going to flatten this out drastically. We're going to get a small settlement in that will house a few people to run the repair station, the fire station. 2 construction offices should be maintained by the fire station, so they're safe. And yeah, I guess that's pretty much it. So the terraforming vehicles will be heading over to a vehicle storage after the road is built and getting some much needed repairs. The road itself will go along this way. This is a little bit of a ditch here. Well, we can just move through it. Make sure that we don't have any bumps that look too nasty, like these ones. This one needs to maybe be flattened out a little bit. Otherwise, it looks fairly good. That looks fine. And then it can continue going down here. I can already see the bump on the right side here. Let's try and make this a little bit flat before we flatten it, like perpendicular to the road, basically. I think that's okay. There's a little bit of a bump here, but roads can have that. That is absolutely fine. And then we'd be in our harbor area, pretty much. Okay, so the terraforming vehicles right now can go back and get some much needed repairs. They'll be needed again soon. I'll move them to Hellas. It's quite the trip, but I don't want to set up a free road depot right now. Traffic jam. Okay. We're not using any gravel, so need some maintenance workers in this area. Done. Well, construction to the customs house ongoing. Once that one is done, meaning that if this section completes, we can get some tanker cars. So it should tell me. Don't think I have any spare tanker cars right now. Nope. And there shouldn't be any in Krasna either. It's just aggregates because of all the iron mining. So we'll be able to switch over our iron ore export to this area, exporting iron instead. But as I said before all of that, we have to switch our oil over, we have to double track it because I don't want to run that many iron trains through a single track. And we have to finish all of the construction tasks in the area. And we have to signal all of that up, otherwise only one train at a time will be allowed in this area. Which I guess for construction purposes is fine, so they don't get in each other's way. But it will cause traffic jams in between the trains a little bit. Okay, we have a bug here. No, we don't have a bug. What's going on? One of the... yes, we do have a bug. This vehicle should not have assigned itself to that. I don't know. That one was reported. I don't know what the status is about that bug. Wait, was there fabric in that truck? 27% wear and tear. So... oh, that was the truck that I told to get lost. When I... wait. No, that's this truck. So we have our repair station delivery route from the warehouse to the repair station, which is basically obsolete, so this one shouldn't have a truck anymore, and the road is not necessary. But then this road, this is the truck actually. I don't know why you went into the repair station as another vehicle. You're supposed to transport it to the incinerator warehouse and then, yeah, wait until unloaded for mechanical components. Very strange. Let's remove the other route though. Components repair station can go away. Container loading, food and alcohol. Valenciana food warehouse, what is that one? Food, alcohol, Valenciana. That was a delivery route from Segadoara to Valenciana, I believe. No, it's not. So it is a route that we already have, but I guess a line has changed. Yeah, we got a duplicate route. So that one can also be removed. Okay. Since auto search is disabled, we have to assign the fields manually and get the missing road connections in place too. So next year harvest should be a little bit better because we have a lot more large fields assigned now. But this farm can definitely do more than that. We just have to increase the amount over time. It'd be a mess for sure if you kept it single track. Oh yes, definitely. Those iron ore trains need to have a double track. The track would basically be the waiting line, actually. I didn't plan for a waiting track yet. I don't have a waiting platform in this area. We can have that in here, so we can have a little bit of a platform area for the iron ore trains. Or the iron trains. Just a few parallel lines for incoming trains that they can pile up on. Leaving enough room for the lumber train to move through this without a problem. The lumber train will also have to be adjusted to hook up to the new tracks correctly. Connection to the train diesel station, so trains could refuel now. We have a connection to our oil fuel unloading. So we can have a train come here with some oil tanks and shift over the fuel from this storage to this one. We do have electricity, so trains can actually refuel. And once we have all the fuel shifted over, I mean, we're basically waiting for the rail connection so we can buy some fluid cars. This needs to finish construction. Then we can assemble a train for it. In the meantime, we could double up on an existing train to deliver the fuel over. That looks like an iron train. No, it's a waste train. There is currently construction ongoing in this area. And now that you're going through this one, it's all one block basically. But you can ignore the red signal and move. There's only really a need for you to wait here. No, actually, that's not true. Well, I guess if we had 2 trains it would be true, but we only have 1. So yes, chain signal here is fine. And the construction trains are waiting to actually continue building in that area. Eagerly waiting for that opportunity. Once we have all the fuel relocated, we can take down the wire, the cable, and get the other bridge in place. And then we have another wire to remove, which is currently hooked up to our iron mine. And that won't be a problem either. I guess we can do that right now. That won't be a difficult task. So yeah, all of these will have to be signaled up. No, sorry. You already have a construction task here, don't need to add that one. When you're building that one, you're just going to continue and build the rest. We do have iron ore and iron available now to be loaded by our train station. I did not build a storage here, so as soon as trains arrive, this area can produce. I forgot about the storage. Production is pretty quick though, 100 tons per day, so if we have trains waiting here to be loaded, the trains will be the storage again. Don't need a dedicated storage for the trains themselves, I think. It's only a 2-platform loading station, could have been wider, I guess. I mean, we can still rework it. If we notice that that one doesn't work, we'll just demolish this rail line, move it out to this side, and maybe put a resource storage in between. I don't think it will be necessary, but we'll see. Oh, that's what I meant. All one construction task. Didn't really need both train lines here because there's a switch in front of it, but for the looks. All for the looks. And this one needs to be built. The iron trains will complain about waiting too long, but that's okay. We'll wait with the construction of this until we have planned everything. Might have to rework these connections again so they can also hook up into this line, but it probably will work in some way, somehow. Maybe. Doesn't look like it. Okay, so this is set up correctly. Power line has moved out of the way, has been moved out of the way a little bit. Logging, the lumber train is also stuck. Supposedly. Okay, we've got enough workers, we've got enough firefighters. Trains should be able to go here and load and unload basically, but as I said, I want the fuel here first. I wanted to remove this area first and double track it first. To double track it, we have to remove this power line. To remove this power line, we have to shift the fuel over first. Let's use one of our existing fluid trains to shift over the fuel. Or instead of doing that, let's use our trucks. Let's just use our... Okay, what are you? Highway. Gas station 3. Okay, and where's the other one getting it from? I'm confused. Highway 1. Highway 2. Oh, I understand? No, I don't. They're both getting it from the same one. Oh no, one is getting it from the tank and one getting it from the train station. Okay. Well, pickup location is this one now. Local fuel storage, I guess. And the other truck will be changed over to not bring it in from the customs house right now, but carry it from the existing storage over to the new storage. Wait until loaded, wait until unloaded. And at some point we'll see it standing around. I mean, it's gonna stay at the currently selected oil storage at some point, not finding anything to load, because everything has been transferred over, trains have refueled here, it can't find any more oil, and at that point we can start removing this whole construct. And hopefully by that point we actually have the new train assembled, because it has to go here and deliver fuel to this area via train. So the truck would also become obsolete. That'll take a while. About 100 deliveries, a little bit less than that, but yeah. You got your next work cut out for you. And once that one is empty, we'll get an information and then start demolishing all of this. In the meantime, they can use this for refueling still, to help empty it out a little bit faster. Power line has been rebuilt already. Quite quickly. Just need to send some workers and it's done. Yep, trains are waiting too long. We'll fix that. So we have an iron ore storage, but no iron storage, I guess. Does make the setup quite compact. And if we have enough trains waiting here, there shouldn't be a problem. I just wish we could disable the warning message for waiting trains. This one still needs to be built. I unassigned that by accidentally placing a signal, I guess. Let's continue. And then the other two loading lines and the refueling line back here. Hopefully we won't run into the issue where this catches fire while there's a train refueling too long. Fluid storage, holding fuel in Karasna for the trains, I guess. Should be a good name. I kind of want to use a train to get this done quicker. We're gonna use this train temporarily. We'll leave the Hellas fuel line for the train station, but modify this one to run the transportation here right now. It's gonna be a little bit weird for you. Because I basically have to work with a way for you to turn around in this area. I think you're just gonna move here and then turn around. So you're gonna load fluid, fuel, wait until loaded, and then unload it here. After the waypoint. And then to get back, you have to go back to the waypoint again. Right. Let's see if that works. And it might speed things up a lot, shifting the resources over quite quickly. We will have to put it back on its original line, but we will have some stored fuel here before the trains can't refuel in this area anymore. If we have this set up that way, one of the problems that could occur is that they can't refuel if they are leaving this area. So we might need a turnaround loop, which could become part of the waiting platform here. So if a train leaves this way, it should be able to turn around and go back into the fuel station. We had traffic issues in this area. That's why this one is only accessible from one side. But maybe we can change it over. Maybe we can have one line going through here. I mean, no. It just led to problems. We'll try it. We can change it. We have a depot here. If it runs into problems, we can change it. Alright, let's let this construction keep going. Fluid train should be arriving here soon, I hope. Electricity has been restored, our iron ore trains are running again. I do wonder if the trains could load oil in this area without electricity. Alright, you were still waiting until unloaded. Please stop doing that and go onto your route. We have a decent amount of fuel here. If this runs empty, let me know so we don't forget about it. 480 tons per delivery, so in 3 deliveries it should basically empty out the storage. It's 1,500 tons plus another few extra tons for the train station itself. Yeah, should go quick. And we can move it back to its original line. There's already trains waiting here, apparently. Waste train. There was a resource missing and I just clicked it away. It's currently not possible to get rid of all of the warning messages, at least not with my playstyle. Okay, seems like we have a construction train somewhere here. Yep. After that one went through, the waste train can go through, get out of the way. And then the fluid train can continue with, or start with its task basically. And yeah, I guess we might double track this section too. It's not going to be an important area, but it probably makes sense because this basically doesn't. It will only have one train waiting here for construction waste. We also need a technical office down here to carry the construction waste out of this location, because right now they're pretty much not recycling. And we have to set up construction waste in this area. Is it in range of maintenance? Yes. Yes it is. Everything is. All of the conveyors and buildings. So we can have a technical office over here, I think. I'll have to transport. That would remove this technical office, the free one. And they'd pick up construction waste and mixed waste and dump it into the appropriate storages. Alright, there's our fuel train. It has picked up the fuel. It's trying to turn around right now. It does so very, very efficiently and quickly at full speed, apparently. I'd love to see it. And that should empty out this quite quickly. 3 more transportation tasks and we're done basically. You like that, Mega Monkey? That was very efficient. It's gonna do that 5 more times, I think. Alright. I do like the narrow gauge kind of operations that we had in the beginning, where this was really undersized and then we started building it up. But once you're getting to a larger nation, more settlements, and you need a lot of resources coming out of it, it does feel quite painful. I still like the single track rail tracks though. They are quite neat. Just like real life, yeah. I like building things up. But it does feel painful. You know that you should go double track and everything, but it does feel neat if you build it up from a slow to a larger area. I really am probably going to try the 1900 start again, where it will make more sense to do that. I did see that someone showed me, Rubber Duck showed me that there are actually steam engines on the road that can carry large waste. And basically my initial attempt at running an early start failed because I couldn't find any. In the large collection there weren't any vehicles to transport large waste. And boom. There we go. Works like a charm. So yeah, once it picks up its last load, we'll set it back to its original line. And we'll demolish all of this. Power line first. And then we can double track. And the truck is basically obsolete too. It would have taken a very, very long time with the truck, that's for sure. This is much better. So our rail construction office seems to be working relatively well. We now have... I guess we need to up the limit on resources a little bit. This is probably not enough for a train to move out and do a lot of construction. I think we have to set it to 50%. Just to have enough resources where a train can move out and be fully loaded with resources. The internal storages are a little bit small. So it's much better to have a direct factory connection, but at least it will allow us to do demolition work. So it's also not ideal the way it is set up right now. But it is what it is. We're doing a fair bit of demolition work now, so it's better for us this way. Okay. 2 more train runs. This one can warn us if it runs empty too. This one is not done yet. It is assigned though. The other ones are all done. I have signals. Just these 2 are missing it. We can put one down. The other one will have to wait until the construction task completes. Space constraints will do that, yeah. Test for our fire station, working excellent. Very well. Maybe that's why the construction here is taking so long, because they basically load a train full of construction materials and then the second train moving out doesn't have enough materials anymore. Until the forklifts have restocked all of the supplies. You can only load if there's more than 70% here, so 50% and 70%. Fill it up to 50, if it goes over 70, try and remove some materials. Otherwise you just get into an endless loop. The refueling station next to our incinerator in Luhasisk has probably been built too, I would assume. And for that we will need another fuel truck. So let's go grab one. The storages are basically, this will hold fuel, and that's it. I guess we can use our existing fuel truck that is currently running to the Krasna storage and set that out to handle that line instead. This one. Your transportation route, Luhansk. I guess from Krasna. It's probably the closest. Load fuel. And bring it here. Now the problem with this is that if the snowplows go here, they probably get stuck behind the truck waiting to unload, so we won't allow any snowplows any further here. Okay, missing resources, fuel. That sounds good. Very good. Where's our fluid train? It's in here. Currently unloading. So the next run will be the last one. And on the next one, after it has loaded, we'll assign it back to its original route. Pick up more. Don't forget to go to the waypoint though, to turn around. And yeah, once you're waiting to fully load, we'll be back. This is not a rail yard anymore. This is Krasna iron ore processing. And a rail yard, I guess. It's both. Okay, that should be the last drop of fuel. You go back to Hellas fuel train station. Don't unload here, Jesus Christ. Load. Fuel. Go here. Go here. Ignore signal. There's gonna be a collision now. I mean, we could just bulldoze it with the fuel inside, but it's gonna cause pollution, and why do that? Yep, a little bit of a collision there, no problem. Load the fuel again and leave. Thank you. Hellas fuel train station, there you go. And all of this can now go away. We have to demolish the train lines first though, before we demolish the diesel station. Convenient that you're here, so I can just assign the demolition task like that. What are you doing? Krasna fuel train diesel station. You're bringing fuel to all of this settlement from that, and also this train diesel station, so you also need to have your route changed to pick it up from here now. There you go. Anything else? Mine, end station, and logging. And this one is completely empty of routes, so we just have those. This is our end station one. I mean, this isn't really that important. We don't have that much stuff going through here. We're just going to tell you to refuel at the gas station. So we're going to chain things a little bit. Fuel for the mine and the city. That one can go from the processing. I think that's okay. And then the logging. Do we read? I guess that's fine. That's how we set it up in the beginning. Those routes haven't changed in so long. And they're working, so not gonna make any optimization in this. That should remove all of the routes from here now too. Everything is clear, and we can start removing these things. This one will be removed as soon as we have the rail lines demolished, not before. That is fine. This one with priority, please. Then we can double track. I've been saying it so long, and now I mean it. What's going on here? It's our rail construction, isn't it? Yep. They cannot select a correct line to go to. Not sure why it wasn't an issue until now. Oh, I know why. This one needs to be a chain signal. The train basically tries to move back onto this line and then turn this way. And it can't do that if there's a train in the way. So they have to wait here to make sure that the trains can turn around. That's the only reason. That should work. Slightly too far for auto assignment. There we go. Power line has already been demolished. Just waiting for the waste to be carried away. And then we'll set up the bridge. 2 waste pickups and it's gone. Well, they keep constructing and demolishing. Actually, no, I don't want to move away. I want to wait until the power line is gone. I think they just removed it. There we go. It's gone. Double tracked. construction vehicle, thank you. We'll build this only from one side. No, we'll build it from both sides because there is a bridge in the middle. There will be signals on either side of the bridge until it's done, so they can build both sides. Cool. After 88 years, we finally decided to upgrade to a double track solution in this area. I knew it would happen. Progress, yes. Every 80 years we're gonna upgrade to an extra train line. Turn this into a monster iron ore processing facility. Gonna rework everything. Every 80 years we're gonna bulldoze everything and rebuild everything. That's a joke. I'm not gonna do that. Even though there's quite a bit of time in between each of that. But yeah, I think this area will be fine this way. We still have to correct this connection. That won't be difficult either, just need a turning off point here. And a way for it to refuel from this side, and then it would be done. This will stay a single train line here, only holding one train at all times. Not a problem. I might have to get rid of that warning message. I mean, I thought we were producing enough. And I still think we are, but apparently even 490 tons is not enough to hold in this area. To have sufficient number of food for all of our cities. I'll get rid of these messages. We do go to the customs house and import if we don't have enough here, so it doesn't matter. Other food warnings are more important. And I don't want to have a warning message all the time if I ignore it anyway. We're not going for full self-sufficiency. Okay, construction waste. Bit of biological waste. And this one just needs construction waste. We need the biological waste for... well, I guess we also need biological waste here. For the workers, basically. Technical office, still to be built, will be in this area, I believe. And then we'll have some waiting platforms that also need to be built as an extension of this area. In front of this place. So there will be a few lines running in parallel here. Holding multiple trains. So we can have a lot of trains for pickup for iron in this area. That is already like probably 10 trains that could wait here, way too much. But just so I don't forget it. It will probably be 3 lines. And we will force the iron trains to go into this waiting area to leave the main route free if a train just wants to go refuel or deliver fuel to this area. They need to go through the open area. And we have our iron trains waiting here so they don't block this whole area up. This one should already be started. It is. Doesn't take long. Then it gets to the bridge, which also shouldn't take too long. 3 construction tasks, maybe 4. Then we have the bridge and double track solution built through this area. I can already picture my next attempt of trying to start with a single track again and realizing, oh god, We're gonna have one train that runs back and forth and it's all gonna be fine, and then we're gonna add a second and a third train. We'll make some passing lanes, and then we drop in 10 iron ore trains that want to go through that and block everything up. It's gonna be so painful. Well, that's how it's supposed to be. Construction over here, also still working. Excellent plan, yeah. Well, I mean, we could also turn that into a challenge. So get to 25,000 people with a railway focus, but only single lane tracks. Passing lanes would be allowed, but double track not. I think that would be horrible though. At some point you have to switch over to a double track. Otherwise you're just gonna have like 5, 6 single lane train lines going into the same direction. Rail construction to Kolata was done. Still have to think about the resource storages, which are probably going to be a train station. I mean, we could turn this into the train station. Turn off right here and have the warehouse, have a resource storage for construction materials. We could bring gravel here. Sounds like a good transport fever challenge. Yep. I mean, going through the eras, developing it as it was historically. Or like using research point to allow you to double track a specific section of track. For each research point you can double track 2 kilometers of track. But it has to be a continuous segment. I don't know, that might get really fiddly. A test for our fire trucks in this area? No problem. And we do have fuel to refuel in this area now too. It's only a single lane for refueling, but that should be enough. Yeah, that should be fine. And this rail line, which we will need to actually bring fuel to our new iron ore unloading area. The fuel will last for a bit, but we do need a train to get everything supplied. Won't take long to demolish that. And once it's done, we can demolish the train diesel station too. Rail construction on this side is also done, so we can signal up the last remaining section of track. And everything has a correct signal now. And it's very easy to set up loading area, I guess. Might actually be able to run the iron trains today. It's not that far off. We just need to set up the rail line, and then they can go here. Downside would be if we move them over. Well, I guess they're still already refueling here, so there's no downside. Certainly 33 days for that section of track, but then they have to continue building that way. Before we open everything, we do have to make sure to hook up the lumber area. The depot is not as important. There's some equipment in here that we might use, but it's not really necessary right now. Okay, made some room. Construction train arriving right now. We'll have to build this one too. This one is if we don't want to double track this, and I think I wonder if once this area is completely hooked up, we might get rid of the train diesel station here. This might turn obsolete. Then we're gonna rework this train line into a perpendicular rail line here. Yeah, maybe this train diesel station is gonna turn to become obsolete. Didn't work that well, unfortunately. We'll see. Bridge construction. 47 tons of bricks, and that's it. Bunch of steel, bunch of prefab panels. Should not take that long. Except for the route of transporting the resources here. We could run a dummy. We could run one train and see how it works. I think that's probably a good idea. We'll change one train over. So, aggregate loading. There's no construction waste here anymore. So you won't have that as a task. You'll go here, load anything you have available. No loading here. And this waypoint is obsolete. We'll set it to iron. See if that works. Trying to refuel first, I guess. Okay, it does not like that waypoint. Now it's going to turn around somewhere. I don't even know where. I'm gonna get rid of that waypoint. And now it's gonna get super confused. It still finds a way. But yeah. It was unfortunate with the refueling. They have to go quite far to find a way to turn around on. I don't even know if they're gonna do it in the farming area or if they... Where are they going to turn around? They can't do it in Hellas because the turnaround point is in a different direction. This one. This one's only accessible to turn around from the other way. It is the farming area. Okay. So you're going all the way to Snodhoff Customs then, I guess, to turn around. That's a trip. I'm amazed that they can check that far ahead though. That's quite neat. Well, we'll leave you to that. Probably see you coming back soon. Bridge construction is assigned. Rail line construction over here. Still ongoing, waiting for vehicles to arrive. This one is being demolished successfully. And this one is still waiting for the train to get here. Demolish the building, and then demolish the roads. And that pipe is disconnected. So, before the demolition is actually done... Wait, it's not disconnected yet. No, it's not. Increase the priority on these, please, before you demolish this completely. Just have to haul the waste away. Yeah, that fuel will last until we can get another train. Rail construction here should not take that long. That's already making good progress. We do have EDKs now. Oh, we still have terraforming vehicles here. They can be moved out of this area. They're fairly new vehicles, so we'll just move them into a depot. Not to the scrapyard right now. How far is our locomotive? Well, it has arrived. Please wait until loaded. Yeah, maybe I can move this building slightly further back and put a resource storage here on the other side, and then it loads from the storage into the side of the building instead. It might be a good idea to have a resource storage, but I don't know. Building is without drinking water. Yes, that is a thing that I forgot. Water and sewage. We still have to build our technical office too. No running water intended for this area. This is too small. Too few workers. Some trucks can deliver that here. And yes, we'll put a technical office down, which will take care of the iron ore processing and the iron mine. Although the iron mine is a trip through the city, I guess. I guess that might be a little bit far. Unless I get a road connection over this somehow. I could have a tunnel here and then move out with a tunnel on this location at some point, but I'll just drop the extra technical office in, and then we can change that later. Don't really need electricity on it. If there's one always loading, then no need for storage, yes. I assume we're gonna have so many trains that there will always be one loading. Having that many trains could cause issues though, but we'll see. Lack of workers and lack of drinking water is reducing the productivity to about 100 tons of iron per day for both facilities. Plus our bus route probably needs more buses. 500 seconds with 4 buses, we need close to 9 buses instead. I'll add 4 more. Apparently I'm adding 3 more right now because we have vehicles heading here. Demolition office has lost the connection because they removed one of the pipes first. So we'll have to give them a dummy connection to remove the other ones. If it lets us. Oh, that way. And then we can assign this to a demolition office again. As soon as the game realizes that there's a connection here. We'll keep this paused and remove it if necessary. Do this one first. And then this one. And then this one last. But yeah. We're producing iron instead of iron ore. So we also need half as many trains for the iron because turning iron ore into iron cuts it in half. So you need fewer trains to transport it. 225 tons of iron ore into 100 tons of iron. So I guess we might not need that many more trains after all. But yes, there should always be at least 1 or 2 trains ready to go with the loading here. Concept works, we just have to shift the trains around as soon as we have our double track. Assemble another train that stays here to load construction waste and export it. And then we're set up. Once the technical office is in place, we'll set up a few waste trucks to pick up the waste from this area. So they can move it either into the construction waste or bring it towards the mixed waste, which is right across up here. Mixed waste, construction waste, and biological waste they have to transport over to... Do I want to recycle? I guess I already recycle biological waste out of this. I guess. Biological waste they have to bring towards Hellas. Shouldn't happen that often. But yes, 1 truck every now and then will have to drive all the way to Hellas to deliver a full load of biological waste to be recycled. There. Is that one disconnected again? It is. That is an underground pipe. Well, they decided to remove the waste from the other connection first, so we have to work around that a little bit. Get that construction in, pause it, assign the demolition office again. Should be the last section of pipe, and then we can remove the whole temporary construct here. Okay. New buses. 3 buses. There should be one more heading here. I thought we purchased 3 buses. I guess it was already used for a different line. Must have been snatched up by a different line as a replacement vehicle. You're waiting because there's rail construction ongoing, so that makes sense. Bridge being built too. Good progress. Once that one is in place, we can build up the rail connection to the logging area. That is probably meat. No, it's not meat. It's food. Why is it food? I assume our food truck might have gotten repairs. Container... Wait, what? Container loading? Why is the container loading one running? Where is our other line? Shopping. There. Are you getting repairs right now? No. But you're making a delivery right now, and I guess you recently got repairs. So that's the reason why we ran out of food. Thankfully we still had a grocer with enough food, but they are anxious on getting a little bit more food into their belly. Might be worth it adding another truck to that route, in case we have maintenance of the vehicle. Let's do that. One truck. Added to Valenciava food shopping. And there we go. So if one vehicle gets maintenance done, it's not the end of the world, unless both of them get maintenance done, but we can't keep adding vehicles on the premise that all of them will have maintenance at the same time. I mean, we could, but it would be stupid. Don't have a fire station on this side, so they have to go through the city here to get to the train station. Still on time though. Tourists shouldn't wait here. Another construction train. Bridge construction done. Gotta build a truss on top of it. And then, yeah, that's about it. The rail in itself after that. Removal here is done. Meaning we can get rid of this dummy construction. And just one more waste pickup for the train diesel station. Removing that as well. And then we can remove the road. I'll keep the demolition office open for now. So we can remove these two. And then remove the last road section in one go after. And that will give us enough room to do something else here. I'm considering the possibility of having a storage here. It would make the train loading much faster, but I don't need it in the beginning. If we realize that we need more iron, we can do that later. Right now we don't produce enough coal for a fully run steel mill anyway. Plus we need more coal for the heating itself. It's good watching the rail demolition do its own thing without any intervention. We'll keep the construction office at hand and set up the other demolition tasks now. And I guess then we will have a very short section that needs to be demolished too. So be it. Iron train. Rail construction towards our eastern customs house. Feels like they're taking a while. But it is a trip. It's quite a trip. I think 3 lines for the iron trains are going to be enough. 2 lines should be enough even. It shouldn't be overfilled with iron trains because otherwise we'll get like a lot of traffic jam warnings. I think 3 will be plenty. Something like that. This lane for any traffic that is not iron, and these ones are for iron. We basically have 2 iron ore processing plants because we know that the iron mine can supply enough resources for it, and a steel mill only needs 200 tons to run at full capacity, so this should be enough. We just need to make sure that the traffic is actually up to the task. I feel like the traffic is lagging. Is it just me or are the vehicles lagging? Are we bringing the game to some problems? No, they're looking fine again. I don't know. Oil price still going up? Sure. See what you mean. Yeah, it looked strange, like the vehicles were lagging a little bit. Very tiny stuttering. I wonder if we're starting to have too many lines now. Like you can see it here. It's very, very small. Might just be my PC being too old. Time for normal speed? It works fine if I'm not next to Hellas, and Hellas is running fine by itself. We'll do the normal speed only challenge later. That's gonna be difficult. Realism mode, hardest difficulty, normal speed only challenge. I mean, right now there's enough to do. I just like to focus on one thing and wait until it's done before I start something else. We could be planning a lot of things, but without distribution offices, it's kind of difficult trying to keep all of the lines in your head. Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of lag here. I think it's mainly from the trees. Okay, this one. Basically has to hook up in here somehow. And then we need a connection here somehow, but this one won't work. So we might have to redo all of those train lines too. Or I have to get rid of the power line first and see if I can get a connection going. Let's see. I'm thinking about this incorrectly, am I? No. I blamed the power lines. Yeah, probably. It might be doable without. But it's gonna be... Nah, it's a little bit too narrow. This one. It's a little bit too narrow here. Can't really go directly to the bridge with those. I think it has to all be shifted over slightly. We can demolish that relatively quickly and rebuild it. But first we have to make sure that we assemble our fuel delivery. And I guess it's not going to be that much of a problem. I still want to have a turnaround loop here. Can't forget about that one. Looks like this is all demolished already. And let's get rid of the road. We'll have a turnaround loop here. Trains coming in, trains going out. And we need the same thing for the other side. I mean, we could do something silly like a trumpet. Just cut across here in a straight line and then turn around here and hook it up that side. That would be silly. I think they're still using that depot for repairs, so we have to be a little bit careful. But yeah, we might have to tear down the power line yet again to get everything connected. Probably cut over here and then go over here. Let's do that right now. Get rid of these power lines. And this one, and this one. All one demolition task. Should be easy enough. The mine and the loading station are without electricity, which is fine. So we'll be at the bridge if it did bring enough materials. And we just have to wait for the construction of the bridge and then we'd have a double track. Up to this point at least. I think we'll also demolish these ones. We'll plan to keep... I mean, this whole... We can probably demolish like the whole setup for the extra bridge. We can remove one bridge basically. I really want to remove the other one, this one, because the pillars don't match. Oh man, reworking this whole area for that. It would be possible, but would it be useful. Basically, I want to have these two bridges be the main bridge, and then only a single train line coming into this one, and a single train line going out of this one, and then double tracking this one. I think we'll do it. I will move all of the iron trains into depot right now. That means we're going to get rid of all of this. As I said, I love this. I love this so much. You can hear it in my voice. Rail construction office, please. Or in this case, rail demolition office. 4 bridges? No. No 4 bridges, please. Oh. I want to go back down to 2 bridges only. That's what I'm trying to do. This connection could stay. This was the bridge we're going to try and get rid of. So it needs to connect this way and this way. So this connection can stay. We're going to get rid of this one completely. And this one. That means we won't need this switch here if we double track it. We also had one train that still had iron ore loaded, I think. This one. The other ones are empty, so I think I'll send this one out to export once. Go to the customs house, and then go back into the depot. Ignore the waypoint. Segaduaha grocers out of food. Meat, not food. Vehicle got repairs. I'm not gonna send out 2 trucks for meat. Or maybe I am. Once we have this area set up, it will be useful to having 2 trucks run throughout the city. Maybe we can turn them into 2 smaller trucks instead of the large ones that we have right now. But yeah, the vehicle just went and got repairs, so it happens. So the only train running through this area right now is the lumber train. First one. Four bridges. Jesus. It's gonna be ridiculous. Okay, what's going on? Duseni? Why are you still complaining about not being able to get food? Grocer, pub, and kindergarten. Prioritize the grocer, please. Why is everyone unhappy here? Happiness 50, 58, 55. Electronics, culture, meat, food, sport. There's a lot of people and students waiting. We do have line spacing enabled, which is probably super slow. But our end station has been built, so we can hook that up now. That should make our buses way more efficient. And you already bring fuel here. I did forget to switch the bus line, I guess. Yeah, we're working on the happiness of Duseni. Don't you worry. This should work much better now. If they get refueled at the end station and don't have to slow down for line spacing anymore, the buses might be enough. They probably got in each other's way quite a bit over the highway, trying to slow down in line space. Alright, let's see if that one resolves itself. Two more construction tasks for the bridge, I guess. Train line over here has been built, so we can hook up the other connections. Yep, there's only one signal here, and that's where the train's supposed to wait. Rail demolition? Not sure. Which one they are going to do first. We also have to demolish these train lines. For that we will have to put the lumber train back in storage, I guess. Maybe we can leave them open while we rework things. We'll see. I might be able to keep this section of track going, because it's set up correctly already. And then have another new parallel line that hooks up into this bridge. And then we have our parallel line here that we'll have to hook up here. And hopefully we can cross the road. We can. Cool. So that's the new plan for the rail line, hooking up here. Looks like we have to take off a little bit more of this track because it's bent in a weird way. Did they really start demolishing this one? Cancel that. We'll take off the track up to here. But let's do these ones first. And these ones. And we'll remove the other bridge once everything is in place. Plus the rail lines. We used a third of our fuel capacity. 500 tons of fuel already used. But we're getting closer to the customs house, so I believe it'll be fine. We should get there early enough. We do have a spare train. I guess we could send a train out. Let's send a train out all the way. Oh god. Let's send one spare train all the way to the far away customs house that we hooked up to get our EDK. Let's pick up the fluid wagons from there. If it runs out of fuel, we can send it back to the depot anyway. All the way at Staralinia, where we have a bunch of collapsing buildings. How many do we need? I should leave that window open. Let me assign it. How many train cars do we have for fuel? 4 of them. So I'll buy 4 train cars. And bring them back to this depot, please. That'll give us our train cars, if we have enough fuel to get them. The train should be quite quick. Should not use that much fuel to get to the customs house, but we'll see. And then basically that train can also be the one to deliver fuel to Koresna iron ore processing. So we don't have to wait for the train line to go to Molna. If the delivery route works, that is. And that one is the one we're gonna reuse, I guess. Well, if that's the one we're gonna reuse, then no, these ones will be rebuilt. They look too janky. Way too many trains in here. We'll set up another train for hauling iron right now. Move it out of the depot. Too many trains? Well, too many trains in this depot. The depot was full. You can only have 7 rows of vehicles in here, so it was getting cluttered. Now it's okay. We moved one of the train from the depot out onto the tracks. We need the technical office to provide water to the area. They have to go and grab that from Hellas, I guess. And sewage needs to be brought there too. Hopefully 1 truck each will be enough, but we can go up to 2. Maybe a pipe would be better. But there's so few workers in that area that I don't think we need it. It's nice that everything seems to be working without any intervention, like they're doing their thing, and it seems to be going quite well. Signals are in place. Impossible? Well, we are adding more trains, but first we have to set it up for more trains. Gotta keep that in mind. I hope they demolish that in the correct order, so this one first, then go back. I don't really want to start having to rebuild train tracks to get more demolished. That would be slightly annoying. But yeah, we'll remove the rightmost bridge and clean the area up, since the main export good won't be handled through this loading station anymore. Kind of want to check and see where our train is that is picking up the fluid wagons from the Sterolenia customs. That one. Oh, it already has them. And it barely used any fuel. Isn't that nice? Oh, it just arrived there. Cool. We used a fraction of the fuel that we had. So it won't have a problem delivering those. Then I guess the other location isn't really that necessary either. I guess we haven't double-tracked this with the signals yet. I would need to place a bunch of signals here to get this set up correctly. So we won't have that many trains running here. But we could have crop exports if I wanted to, I guess. Let's see how our bus route to Dusseni is going. I think our one bus probably already made that round trip. And we can see the line distance. Yeah. We have 10 buses for 485 seconds. We are now overstacked on that bus route, so everyone will be able to go to Segadoara. And people should get happier again. Back up to 61% happiness. Cool. Oh yeah, this pickup location for vehicles is going to be closer. It's pretty nice going to the large customs house though and picking up four fluid wagons in one go. If we only picked up 3 of them, I would have gotten a little bit annoyed, I guess. We need 1 sewage truck, 1 water truck, and a bunch of waste trucks. Distance is 1 kilometer. 2 kilometers. 3 kilometers. We can have it at 3 kilometers, I guess. Sure. Same assignments as you. Hellas water, Hellas sewage, biological waste, hazardous waste, and mixed waste. And that should bring us water and do the sewage handling for the iron ore processing, increasing its productivity. No resources, missing iron ore. Alright. That one also got demolished. Bit of steel, bit of electronic components, and we'll have our power line back. And hopefully this time it's out of the way. Construction trains are still moving through the demolition sites, no problem. I do have to take a break soon, so I guess the double tracking will have to wait for a little bit. I will set up the fluid distribution to this area. But the reworking here is hanging on the construction office being slightly too far away. Colata complaining about stuff. What's new? These train lines are hooked up. You have to come here for 8 work days and then finish the train line over it. Great. We'll have to get rid of this one. Probably move everything slightly further over so that we can get a connection in here. Too steep. There's our fluid train. This one will have to hook up here, and then this one will have to hook up here. We'll have to demolish this track. We have to get rid of these and shift them over by one, but otherwise there won't be much demolition necessary. And that will bring fuel here now. I don't think I need to get rid of this train. I mean, it's gonna complain. No, it shouldn't complain. We have the track already set up here. And the reworking of this should not matter for it. Get rid of that. The only problem we might create now is that trains can't get repairs temporarily while we rework this. But I'm willing to accept that. Okay, we have to demolish it all the way up here, and then this track completely. And then we can connect this one here and this one here. That should be what we need to do. Give me the rail construction office. And we set up the demolition tasks. Okay, that one's being demolished, so the trains are making progress, but it does take a while. We could have rebuilt another rail construction office in the area, but I think that would have been too much work. Water truck. Did someone else bring water here already, or did you already finish? Seems like someone else brought water. And yeah, the water consumption is really low. 0.1 cubic meter per day. That means 11 cubic meters are going to last very long. Well, that's a rework. Looks pretty good. Minus the... I mean, this looks nice and all, but we'll see if we need a storage or not. We can still change that. Shift this over here and put a storage in its place. Wouldn't be a difficult rework. Road construction over here can continue. Throw all the construction offices at it. Now that the tunnel is done and we have that section of road, we can build all of it. Okay, what's your problem? 49% happiness. Why are you complaining? You have no issues. You're just living in a shitty house that probably needs building maintenance soon. Quality of flat is 61%. That shouldn't be it. You're doing fine. It was probably an unhappy former student who was like maybe 25 years old and couldn't get into their own flat and got a little bit annoyed by it. Fuel has been refilled. The train line for the iron will come off right after the bridge, I think. For the waiting platforms, I mean. And I guess we might just have 3 at the most. It is already way too many lines. I think 2 would be enough because we can have 2, maybe 3 trains stacked up behind each other. I might cut this down to 2 lines. Otherwise it's gonna be too ridiculous. We'll do 2. Nicely done. And then, yep, tree removal does cost extra. Very well. That would be our train line for waiting. Would hold a lot of trains. This will turn into a chain signal at some point. Why can't I put a signal here? They seem broken. Seems like it wasn't connected at all. Weird. And then we have another signal in between. Probably 2 even. Like this one can probably be some iron trains. And then we have more room for more iron trains. So that's 6 iron trains that can wait here once everything is built. And that will be a lot of trains. Having them not in parallel but behind each other means that once 1 or 2 trains move out, they all shift position a little bit more frequently and don't cause any traffic jam warnings. At least that's my hope. We'll build it from only one side. But we'll build it only after we have double tracked everything. Because we currently don't have the iron trains to put this under enough load where those waiting lines matter. I do need to have them though. Oh, the production of iron is pretty fast. But yeah, they can't produce if there's nothing here. Ah, that makes me want to change that right now. But we'll try it with enough iron trains. We're building a waiting platform instead of a storage. Starting to demolish things here, which is good. Yeah, seems fine. Anyway, I think I'm going to put a cut in here. I need to grab some food. I might be back later, I'm not sure yet. I'll take a break of like 1 to 2 hours and then I'll make a decision. So it doesn't really help you because you don't know if I will be back, but maybe you'll be around. I don't know. As always, thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I hope you enjoyed me demolishing old things and rebuilding new things. Have a good Saturday afternoon, have a good Saturday evening. Happy weekend to you too. All the best, take care, and as always, maybe I'll see you next time. Gotta find an outro picture, what to use. I don't know. Did we even do anything significantly? Yeah, but I can't make an outro picture of a deconstruction because it's gone. That's the problem. GG. It's hanging. Oh god. There we go. Have a good weekend.